talking to Jesse's dad, Phil, yesterday, and he was saying that they have done a lot of work in the engine area since the last race, and he said it is considerably faster. Jesse's got some pretty good skills, as one would expect for somebody his age. Great reflexes. And I think Jesse is Jesse's kind of learned a lesson from everybody else. He's taking it slow and steady just to be able to get the course down and to get a good run in. And he does it. It's good. So 59.398. A good 11 seconds behind Rob Cox in both 0.49. Although there were a couple of times when he put his foot in it, you can tell that Jesse's got quite a bit more throttle to go. So get the run, figure out a line, and then pick up some time. He's got 3 other qualifiers to go today. And that brings us to our next fat buddy, Bill Reichert and Mike Woodsy Woods. Bill's from Tulameen, British Columbia, Mike from Penticton. Bill's been racing at least boats for about 5 years. He also raced stock cars, did snowcross snowmobiles for over a decade. The boat is all go, boat 54, part of the Fat Buddies. And he gets a quick DNF. Racing today brought to you by McMenamin & McMenamin Personal Injury Law Firm. They support Wicked Racing and the Extreme Sports Park. Go race and have fun and drive safe from McMenamin & McMenamin Personal Injury Law. Also a thank you to Station Signs and Screen Printing. Signs, banners, decals, vehicle graphics, fleet graphics.
All right, folks, I'm glad to see we got our sound back for you there. Like I say, I'm fighting all sorts of weird little issues today. But if there's one thing I am liking, it's my new fluid-filled head tripod. So hopefully you're seeing smoother panning today. And I think I may have come up with an idea. If I have time, I might be able to get that launch cam working during the break, but we will see. I'm doing my best here, folks. Very little setup and testing time. Looks like we got our audio back somehow. I don't know how. I do apologize, folks. We're doing everything we can here to try to keep this right. I did plug in another connection. Okay. Test. Way too loud. Okay. I do apologize, folks. We're still trying to work out the bugs here, but it's early on.
Scott Saxton and Gary McNeil in lucky number 13. First of the Canadian racers, as I said earlier, was Corey Johnson and Gary McNeil. Scott Saxton was the guy who put together the Canadian team, though. Corey kind of hung off doing his own thing, but the Fat Buddies are the ones that really put the team in sprint boat racing. Almost missed the corner. Flip the bank wide on the corner. Flirting with disaster at numerous times and still gets the clean run. .512 for Scotty Dog and Gary in both 13. Fat Buddy Prime. Last boat out in the 400s. Darren and Autumn Swindoll from Graham, Washington, part of Team Bandit. Gold Rush is the name of the boat, and it's boat 47. Modutech Marine and Honest Performance. Sponsors, Unlimited Class getting ready to roll. Darren was running very solid in St. John. And he gets a DNF right off the bat. And he knows it. All right, so that brings up the unlimited class. Essentially, anything goes in these particular boats. They can supercharge, turbocharge, run methanol if they so desire. About the only thing that is not allowed is nitro. You've got large, small blocks, small, large blocks, large blocks. And in one of these cases, I can't remember which boat it is, they even have a drag boat engine in it, which could get very interesting. A few years ago, Dan Morrison from Port Angeles was having engine issues the entire season, and he ended up with a drag boat motor in his boat, which there is no nuance with a drag boat motor. It's either on or off, and it was like trying to control a dragon. Our first boat out is boat 33, Ron and Jason Gallagher. From Olympia, Washington. And they get the DNF right off the bat. Well, we know that the boat will go straight. Next Door Gastropub, by the way. You're looking for some oysters? You know where to go. They got them over there.
So thank you for tuning in for today's broadcast. We're still trying to get all the bugs worked out, but I appreciate you being patient.
Up there on the hill.
And I did have the bouncer turned down once we got the sound back, so that's my bad.
So Bill Sparling and Nicole Brown, boat number 4. This particular boat is very interesting. They melted down a battery in St. John, and they have not had a chance to really run it on a course. All new. Big part of the pump is made out of composite materials as opposed to aluminum like most are. It's carbon fiber. So this is really the first time he's had a chance to take it out and see what it does. I expect that he's not going to charge it too hard, just so he can get an idea of how it handles. And it seems to actually handle fairly well. Not a lot of drift, not a lot of bounce. And he gets the DNF. He was that close. So, 2 quick DNFs. That brings us to boat 19. Josh and Erica Reynolds. This is the bootlegger. Josh has done a little bit of racing in just about everything, including drag racing. Rocket Speed Marine and Northwest Mechanical, his sponsors. Driving what I'll refer to as kind of a zombie green.
All DNFs in the Unlimited so
Boat
far.
55M. Mentioned earlier that the first crash here at ASB or ESP was Corey Johnson and Gary McNeil. They are up now. So this is boat 5-5. Well, one advantage they have here is that the navigator, Gary, was also navigating for Scott Saxon, so he's already seen the course once. And not exactly sure why he's taking it as conservatively as he is, whether he's dealing with issues or it's a clean run, although very slow. So 66.894. The one thing that is inherent in the unmodified or the unlimited class is that it's almost like these boats are so complicated, and because they can be anything, they're not naturally aspirated, many of them aren't, fuel injected, just lots of things that can go wrong. So the next boat out is boat 907. Eric and Rhonda Werner. And you're going to notice that this boat in particular is quite a bit smaller than the others. Rides very low to the water. I mean, very low. I've kind of said that the thing almost looks like a motorized slipper because of its size. Eric Werner designed the boat himself. And will he be able to get it started? It's not a DNF yet. As long as he's still in the water in the correct channel, it's not a DNF until it's actually touched by one of the safety crew members and tag, you're out. So that is now a DNF. So Eric Werner, a few problems with his homebrew craft. Eric also from Wrangell, Alaska. He is a former Navy F-18 pilot and a current airline pilot for Alaska Airlines. So he gets the slow tow to the spin-out channel. So boat 10M, Dan Morrison and Kara McGuire from Port Angeles will be sitting out this round as they deal with a starter issue. At least from what we're hearing from the pits, they've had a couple of starter problems, or actually a couple of problem starters, more appropriately, today. And so they're trying to get another part and get it taken care of. So that'll get us back to the modified class. By the way, we want to thank MAV TV. You're going to be on TV, folks. MAV TV is out here filming today. They're filming all of the races this season. I want to thank MAV TV for supporting sprint boat racing. If you can't make it over to St. John for the race over there a little bit later on in the season, my suggestion is check out asbracing.com, where you can catch the live stream. Paul doing the hard work today, getting the stream on the air and making sure that the races are seen all over the world. Typically, the races are watched by folks down in New Zealand and Australia, the home of sprint boat racing. Throwing a shout out to our friends down under.
Test.
By the way,
Test,
drop by
test.
the Curbside Bistro, part of the Food Booze. They're proud to be here at ESP with Heroes, Nathan's Famous Hot Dogs, German sausages, water, all the good stuff. Port Angeles Lions Club has your Wicked Nachos, burgers, hot dogs, corn dogs. Wicked Dan Dogs and Wicked Burgers. Stop by your local Cenex dealer today and fill up with quality ethanol-free gas. Cenex Roadmaster Premium Diesel Fuel, and stock up on your other essentials as well. And if you need propane, they've got it. Great service, competitive pricing, and reliable supplies. Contact them at 800-562-2667 or visit chs-propane.com or just stop by your local CHS store today. By the way, a big thank you to all the volunteers here at the Extreme Sports Park. A lot of volunteers help make this particular race possible, and we want to thank them for all of the hard work that they have done on their own time here at the Extreme Sports Park. Goodman Septic Service, also a proud sponsor of the Extreme Sports Park. They want to welcome all of their race fans here today. Goodman Septic is family-owned by Dave and Debbie Baker, and they service Clallam County and have been for over 30 years. They like to say that their customers are number one in their number two business. So about 9-9. Dylan and Terry Cummings from Squim. DNF in round one. Looking to put a clean time on the clock in this second qualifier. 4 qualifying rounds. And he gets the DNF. Too bad. He was absolutely flying. So we start off in the second qualifier where we started off in the first, and that is with the DNF. That'll bring us to boat 623. No Fear, Fear Not Racing. By the way, Fear Not has some pretty cool stuff in their booth that you can pick up. Clint, the driver of Fear Not's building a new boat for next season. And so they're selling t-shirts and hats and red sunglasses and all sorts of stuff in an effort to fund that build. So Fear Not Racing in the Fear Not booth right down there by the pits. So Clint and Renee. Their nicknames, she is Ms. Purdy and he is Mr. Excitement. Oh! So, second time today that Clint takes the unexpected bank shot. And he gets a big round of applause from the folks closest to him. That was a nice little jaunty wave he gave them from the bank as well. Hello, folks. Hopefully he'll be able to get the craft started, and as opposed to having to get the walk out. And that's what they're trying to do right now, is get it started. I want to take another minute here to honor all of the vets who are here with us today and have served the country. You know, without all of our vets here, we wouldn't be here today. We wouldn't be having this race. So from all of us, we want to sincerely thank you for your service. We are proud of you. Also, a big thank you to the disabled vets that are here with us today. So a pair of red letter DNFs. So Mr. Exciting and Miss Purdy are pretty exciting. And as you can tell from the last two runs, this is why they keep it exciting. All right, our fastest boat on the course just fired it up. The Ford, driven by Robert Cox, navigator Liz Petring. It's boat 49049 specifically. Actually, a reason for that. We'll explain it a little bit later. By the way, you can follow them on Facebook. Just follow Team Obsession. Sponsored by Legacy Ford of LeGrand, Columbia Auto Body and Paint in Hermiston, Oregon. Robert is an engineer. He's from Hayden, Idaho. Liz is navigator from Auburn.
Hello to the 57 people viewing from around the world. Come in the chat if you can. Let us know where you're watching from.
It's taken a couple of years for Robert to get this boat dialed in, and now that he does have it dialed in, looking mighty good. Holy crow! So 49.802. Just about a second slower than his previous run, but still a great run, and nobody has touched those times or even come close to them today. So Robert Cox with another sweet run here at the Extreme Sports Park. Boat 5, Mel Craven and Chris Ebert. Showtime is the boat. Mel is out of Spokane, Washington. So a long drive across the state. And another DNF. So 2 in a row for Mel Craven in boat 5. And this is exactly the way that we started out in the very first qualifying run. A DNF by Dylan and Terry in boat 99. A DNF with a wreck with Clint Birch in 623. Robert Cox comes out, lays down a scorching round. And then, once again, another DNF in boat 5. Hopefully Ben Graham and Doug Wickham in boat 146 can break that particular pattern as they put Jolly Roger into the water. This is, by the way, Ben's first year racing. Many of the racers will tell you it's a pretty steep learning curve for the first couple of years. So Ben is just going to take it easy and learn the course. And so he makes his way out. So a DNF for Ben and Doug. Jamie and Leslie Hassel in boat 59. They had a DNF in their first run. So the Fat Buddy Hassels from Tulameen, husband and wife team. Princeton Ready Mix, J.S. Cook Contracting, J.W. Lynn Trucking, and Mel's Hot Rods make it possible for Jamie and wife Leslie to race. And they did it! .571, their official time. So they've broken the pattern. Jesse Nepstad Miller and Logan Evans, boat 09, 59.398 in Q1. Lakeside Industries and George and Renee are proud sponsors of the Extreme Sports Park. want to thank them for all that they've done in construction and continued support of ESP and all the events out here. Also, thanks to Jordan Excavating, Jeff and Jenny. They've been here from the very beginning, the inception of Extreme Sports Park. Jordan Excavating, a major supporter of the ESP. So not sure what the holdup is for Jesse. They're on the trailer. And so here we go. All right, ready to roll.
Hello, those watching around the world, including Maine. Hello.
So boat 9. And Jesse comes out smoking. Much more aggressive than in his first run. And that's how you get it done. .932. He shaves off almost a full 5.5 seconds from his first run. So a great run for Fat Buddy Jr. in boat 09. Bill Reichert in boat 54, a DNF in his first go-around. He'll look to get a clean one in the books. I want to remind you that you can get team gear just by going down near the pits. You'll also find the high school equestrian team down there with the strawberry shortcake right nearby. Looks like they've got some hot dogs down there as well, so some goodies to be had down by the pits, or of course you've got Vendor Row on top of the hill.
Hello to Lori in Rio Rancho, New Mexico, and hello to Lana watching in Maine. Robert Cox, I guess that's his aunt.
So Bill Reichert. On the way. And it's all good. Except .126. The time for Bill Reichert. So he gets one in the books. With the 400 class ready to go. Paul Garr was the first one out and will be again in boat 02. Paul and daughter Taylor. Taylor just had her 20th birthday. They're from Squim. Boat 02 from Squim. Green flag is out. And he's off. Catching some serious hops, almost loses it. And he brings it home. .625, about 0.8 of a second off of his previous run with a 52.808. Boat 02 with 53.625. Paul and Taylor, the Gars. Fastest boat in the class, at least in qualifier 1, was boat 22. Phil Miller and Sharon Hauser. So boat 22, also one of the fat buddies. Phil's nicknamed the boat Punisher, and he's come quite a ways since his first race, where he would occasionally take the boat out fishing. Whoa. Done and done. 48.283. That is your fastest boat on the course so far today. Cut 3 5/10 of a second.
Thanks again for tuning in for today's broadcast, and help, being patient as we work through the bugs. So far, things are working.
Brian Swindoll, Troy Olson in boat 76. Getaway vehicle, the name of the boat. Brian from Tacoma. It's his third year racing in the ASB. Modutech Marine, Harris Electric, Honest Performance. All sponsors for our man Brian. And the run is good. .54.766. Boat 76. About 2.5 seconds better than his previous. With Doug Hendrickson and Cassie Beaudry in boat number 1. Ready to roll. They had a 54.766 in their last run. The exact same time that Brian Swindoll just ran. Doug has an interesting driving style in as much as the way that he uses his throttle. He almost steers as much with the throttle as he does with the steering wheel. And as you notice, when he gets into those corners, or gets close to those corners, the way that he will feather the throttle. No one does it quite as noticeably as Doug does. So a clean run. .54.774. Boat 01. Yeah, he pretty much just gets into it, comes off of power going into the corner and hammers it when he's in the apex. Boat 13 had a 57.512. Fat Buddy Prime, Scott Saxton, Gary McNeil. Scott was flirting with disaster a couple of times during that last run. It's about 1-3. A little kiss for the bank. Always interesting to watch to see which Scotty dog is going to be behind the wheel. But he got it done. .432. If we could get our sound person up to the booth, please. If we could get the sound person up to the booth. Darren and Autumn Swindoll. On the way. So boat 47. Bandits have their gear over there. Right by Fear Not and Wicked Team Racing. That one island, there's a shelf that kind of hangs out, and I think he clipped it. Nicely done. The run is good. .328. So 55.328. And that'll get us back into the unlimited class, where Ron and Jason Gallagher in boat 33. We'll give it a second try. They were in and out in their first attempt with a quick DNF. Don't forget to visit Pen Print for all your graphic and printing needs. Located in downtown Port Angeles, Heather and George, a big part of the community and supporting Wicked Races and the Extreme Ports Park. Pen Print has donated 8 of their VIP passes to support disabled vets. So big thank you to Pinprint for doing that. So close. 2 turns away. And they get the DNF. That'll bring us to boat 4. Also another DNF in the first qualifier. Well, that's too bad for the Gallaghers. They were really fighting for that one. All-weather heating and cooling, an Olympic Peninsula favorite for over 30 years. Brings you racing here at the Extreme Sports Park. For all of your heating and cooling needs, visit All Weather, and remember, everyone calls us. Frank's Auto Repair in Port Angeles, also a supporter of the Extreme Sports Park. For all of your domestic and foreign auto repair needs, call Frank's Automotive Repair. So Bill Sparling and Nicole Brown in boat 4. Ooh. More bank kissing in that corner. Fortunately, he wasn't carrying any more speed than he was, or he'd have been out. Keep it in. Oh, he keeps it in. Yeah! Way to hang on, Bill! What an awesome run! Waiting for an official time, unofficially 60.053. And that is the official time. So, Beer Garden, can you hear us over there? Beer Garden? Beer Garden, can you hear us? Apparently not. So that was a... Okay, so we're going to take a quick time out here. We're dealing with some batteries in the timing booth. That was an amazing run by Bill Sparling. Ugly, but amazing all the same. Flirting with disaster on about 3 different occasions. On one of those, it was almost lights out. And it's one of the few times that I think I've seen anyone really finesse his way through a wreck as opposed to muscle it through. That was a brilliant piece of driving by Bill. Well done. Okay, we have a purple Scion with its headlights on, a purple Scion, license plate number 417XWA. That's 417XWA. You have your headlights on. That's a purple Scion. 417XWA, the license plate number with your headlights on. So if you don't want to have a dead battery by the end of the day, you might want to go check on your Scion. Again, that's 417XWA, and it has its headlights on. So right now we're trying to get the timing booth back up and running. So once again, the curse of the unlimited class strikes. Eric Werner in boat 907 will be a no-show in this particular qualifier, as will Dan Morrison in boat 10M. A couple of competing problems there. Dan Morrison with a starter problem. Not exactly sure what's going on for Eric Werner. Yeah. So as a result, Eric Werner out, and again, not exactly sure. He was having some obvious engine problems when we last saw him out on the water. Hopefully he'll be able to get that corrected. We'll get to see him put in a couple of runs. And the same goes for Dan Morrison. My understanding is that they have gone through 3 separate starters. I guess now we're looking at 4, but 3 separate starters trying to get something that's going to work in Dan's boat so that he can get it out into the water. So problems, to say the least, in the unlimited class today. But we've had some really good success from a couple of boat standpoints. In the modifieds, no doubt about it, Robert Cox has set the bar high, and everybody is playing catch-up. He had a 48.889 in that 049 boat, Ford-powered. He's having a great day. Phil Miller, also in boat 22, looking really good. Awesome on the day in the 400 class with a class high of 48.283. So both of them really setting the bars in their particular classes. And here in the unlimited class, I guess you could say it's anybody's game. Almost now it's looking to be the point of whoever is left standing at the end of the day, regardless of their speed, is going to actually pick it up. So Bill Sparling had a 60.053. Corey Johnson and Gary McNeil, not a great run, but a run nonetheless with a 66.894 in the unlimited class. So right now we're waiting for batteries to head over to the timers booth. Give you time to go out, take a look at some of our vendors out here. Have a chance to maybe check out some tasty treats if you so desire. Got some good food out there. Maggie Mays, the #1 best of Western Washington with her mobile food truck. Whether you're looking for elk burgers, hot dogs, wraps, or espressos or smoothies, you're going to find them over there. The Gastro Bistro also has oysters. Oh, yeah. Going over and get yourself some barbecued oysters. Of course, in the beer garden, we have ice-cold chiladas, shock top beer, Bud Light, Mangaritas, Strawberry Ritas, Harbinger wines, and while you're there, you can feast on some kebabs as well. I mentioned that the next door Gastro Pub is over there. They have the oysters and kebabs. So we're hearing now that boat 9-9, that is Cummings, Dylan and Terry Cummings in boat 9-9, they are out for the day. So not exactly sure why the Cummings are out, but they are done for the day. And that is sad to see. So waiting right now for Josh and Erica Reynolds in boat 19. So they are in boat 19, and while we all wait for timing to get set up, timing really, when you get right down to it, one of the most important functions really is from a point of view of the officials, making sure that those times are correct. By the way, ESP would like to thank the Lower Elwha Tribe, the Elwha River Casino, and the Elwha Tribe Council. A big thank you to all of them for their continued support here at ESP. They're just 3 miles from the park on Lower Elwha Road. If you're looking for some slot action after you're done here, stop by and drop a few quarters in the slot machines. And a big thank you to the Elwha Tribe for their constant backing of the Extreme Sports Park. Also a big thank you to West Coast Wire and Rope, Mike and Joanna Vaughn, big sponsors of the Extreme Sports Park. They can meet all of your wire and cable needs. As a matter of fact, if you're, and I know you are, sitting behind the fence here, they're the ones that did all the fencing here at the Extreme Sports Park. And a great job that they did, and a thank you as well to Dennis Holcomb Rock Quarry for their continued support and contributions to the Extreme Sports Park. Got something kind of fun, different this year. We have a kids zone out there on the north side of the park. All sorts of activities and games and races for the young fans that maybe are getting a little bit antsy today. Lots of fun activities over there to choose from. Also, a big thank you to all of our VIPs located on the top berm. You can be a VIP too. Just ask any of your folks from the Extreme Sports Park how you can become a VIP. If you're looking for ice, the Iceman is located up on the berm. They got bags of ice for only $2.50 a pop. You can support our local youth and buy some ice up there from Jake. Also, one of the ways that our sprint boat racers actually make coin to make it to the races is, but they have their gear that they sell. And if you head on down to the vendor row in the pits, you're going to see the latest from Wicked. Team TNT also represented down there. Fear Not, Bandit, Fat Buddy, all of your racing favorites down there. So whether you're looking for t-shirts, I mean, Wicked has onesies for the babies, skirts, hats, shirts. I like the Fear Not red sunglasses myself. They're sporty and stylish without being garish, which actually kind of sounds like a wine, but great stuff to be had down there. If you're going to be taking your kids down to the pits, by the way, a reminder just came to us from down in the pits. Make sure that if you're taking your kids down in the pits to have fun, but make sure that you keep your kids close by. A lot of activity going on down there with the four-wheel drives, the Jeeps and the like, which are moving the boats on trailers out of the pits and down to the start channel. And we want to make sure that your kids stay safe. And, of course, if you're down in the pits, a reminder, do not light up a cigarette or a cigar or a pipe. Make sure that we've got some pretty flammable materials down there, and want to make sure that everybody stays safe. But the pit, always a fun place. If you've never done the pit pass, next race here is going to be next month, and good suggestion, put out the extra few bucks and have a chance to go down into the pits and actually talk to the racers and the pit crews and the like if you want to learn more about the sport. Speaking of learning more about the sport, if you go to asbracing.com, you'll find a number of primers there talking not only about the sport itself, but also a look at some of the rules. Might even find something in the classifieds on where that you can purchase a sprint boat if you're interested in doing so. And of course, you can always pick up the stream on our website. If you can't make it to the next ASB race, well, you can always watch it on the stream at ASB Racing. Big welcome aboard to all of the folks watching us around the world. I know we've got a couple of taverns up to the north in Wrangell, Alaska, and another one, I believe, up outside of Tulameen, British Columbia, that watch the stream. To our friends up in Canada. Pull! So we're getting the timing booth booted back up, and we'll get racing back underway during this short hiatus. So boat 19 starting to back into the water now. In Josh's first run, he had a DNF in boat 19. I call it the kind of the zombie green color. He's out here, you'll notice that's somewhat appropriate. He's a part of bootlegger racing. Or pardon me. It's actually part of bootlegger racing. Oh yeah, he's a bootlegger. All right. So he's going to take it out for a second. Picks up the DNF. Well, he made a little further through this time as he grabs the DNF. So our last boat out in the unlimited class is going to be Corey Johnson and Gary McNeil. Today, Gary is the only one of the navigators that's doing double time, navigating in boat 55M as part of the Fat Buddies, and also in boat 13, Fat Buddy Prime with Scott Saxton. Rocket Speed and Marine and Northwest Mechanical in Olympia is Josh's main sponsors, along with Chaz Reynolds, his dad. Hopefully the weather holds for the remainder of the day, as it has.
Thanks again for tuning in. This is Paul White, your cameraman and live streamer here at American Sprint Boat Racing. Yeah, it has been a little chilly today. When I took the lift down, I had to put on a long sleeve shirt. I'm still in shorts, so it's probably about, high 50s. But most importantly, so far, knock on plastic, no rain. After 2 days of just misery. Today it started out real nice. It is clouding over more. It's getting a little darker out, so hopefully we're going to head off the rain.
Unlimited class definitely having its share of issues today. And he's off. So it's a clean run, quite a bit faster than his first, with a run well under 60 seconds, which is 57.741. And that's not nearly as fast as that boat can go. And I'm really kind of thinking that there is, and probably Corey is thinking, there's no need to go out there and push the boat hard, potentially deal with engine failure, potentially come out of the water and wreck it. So at this point, with very few of the Unlimiteds either being able to make it through the course just because they're DNFing or simply because they're having mechanical issues, there is no real reason for him at this point to push it until somebody steps up and pushes him. Brings us back to the modifieds. Our first boat out is 623. Boat 99 is out for the day. He's had 2 DNFs out of the water. And he does a little cookie. Corrects. If that was ballet, that would have been called a pirouette. So Clint obviously going for style points. Well, oh, and he DNFs. Oh, and that was such a sweet move that he did in the middle of the channel. That was like a little dance move almost. I don't know how to describe that run other than to say, well, kind of playful, I guess. I guess if you're going to get a DNF, the best way to do it is to stay in the water, and that's the first time he's done that, at least today. So he's going to have one more try at qualifying in our fourth and final qualifier. And that'll bring us to boat 049. Robert Cox and Liz Petring. And at least the way things have been going so far today, Robert could just about challenge any boat on the water, regardless of class. Boat 049. this hammer down. Great run, another great run. Clean run. .835 for Robert Cox. He is just looking great this year. First place in St. John just about a month ago. And really, he is the boat to beat in the class this year. And it's so nice to see after a couple of years of problems just getting the hull dialed in and the boat dialed in so he could steer it, engine difficulties and the like for 2 years running, and this year he's just looking like gold. Mel Craven and Chris Ebert from Spokane, Washington, in Boat 5. Showtime is the boat. 2 DNFs in a row. And he finally does it. .118 for Mel and Chris in boat number 5, so they get a time. Ben Graham, Doug Wickman, boat 146. Again, 2 DNFs rolling. This the third qualifier, their third attempt at trying to pull something off. So Ben just taking it easy. Just looking to figure out where he's at, and apparently does not know, and he will get the DNF. And that'll bring us to Hassel's in boat 59, the Fat Buddies. By the way, if you head up to the upper vending area, visit station signs and screen printing and get your favorite race team shirts, koozies, tattoos, and goodies. Get up to the top of the vendor row and get your favorite extreme sportswear, from trucker hats to the latest craze in shirts. ESP has what you're looking for. It's about 5'9". On the way, the Hassels, they had a 58.571 in qualifier 2. And that'll be your DNF. Jamie was frustrated with that. Smacked the steering wheel pretty hard, realizing that he had made the wrong turn. It's a little frustration on his part. Okay. It's boat 09. Jesse Nepstad Miller, Logan Evans, the kid, the 53.93 in his last run. And he is hanging it out. Well done. .875. So he shaves off a second and a tenth. So Jesse getting better every run. And that brings us to 54 in the Fat Buddy block. Bill Reichert and Woodsy Woods. Tulameen and Penticton, British Columbia, respectively. And he got it done and shaved off about 3 seconds in the process. So in his second qualifying run, he had a 59.126. In this, we're waiting to find out officially, unofficially, 56.855. So that'll bring us to the 400s. About 0-2 will roll out first. Paul and Taylor Garr from lovely Squim just up the road. So, but so Paul is sponsored by Ed's Automotive, Smoke Wizard, Doghouse Powder Coating, Squim Auto Clinic, Headman Headers, Alderson's Auto Body, and T&D Contracting. Ed's Automotive Machine, Double Dog Flooring as well, and Aeroseptic. Family event with live wire on boat 2. Josh is Paul's son, navigated a month ago. Taylor, his daughter, this week. She just had her 20th birthday. Done and done. $54,062. So every round, Paul goes just a little bit slower. Started off with a 52.808. Then a 53.625, and now a 54.062. With the fastest boat in the class on the day, Phil Miller, with Sharon Hauser in boat 2-2. His best was a 48.283, which is the fastest course time today. Clean run. .338. Just about a tenth of a second slower than his previous run. So Phil just absolutely stepping on it today in the 400 class. Really nobody else even coming close on the day with the exception of Paul Garr with a 52.8. But still, Phil almost in a class within the 400 class. Boat 76 is Brian Swindoll and Troy Olson. They're out next. Their last run, very solid with a 54.766. The blue banded boat. Nicely done. .834 for Swindoll brother number 1. In boat 76, we'll see brother Darren come out in a couple with Doug Hendrickson and Cassie Beaudry in boat 01. A big thank you to MAV TV filming today's events. I want to thank MAV for spending their time in all of the races, the ASB races this season. MAV TV, one of the sponsors of Wicked Team Racing, Boat 1, driven by Doug Hendrickson. Among others like K&N Oil Filters. And a clean run. That'll be Doug's fastest of the day if the time holds. Your call of the time just got cut off at the very beginning, man. 53.258 for Doug Hendrickson. So he shaves a good second and a half off of his previous best. With Scott Saxon and Gary McNeil in boat 13, Fat Buddy Prime, Scotty Dog. ready to roll. Gary Navigator gets double the fun today. Navigating for 2 different boats. Much more smooth and controlled run for Scott Saxton this time. Previous 2 runs, he was looking wild, but this one, nicely done. Good for Scotty Dog. That's a clean run. So 5.3.933, by far his best of the day. So a nice, smooth, controlled run for Scott Saxton after 2 really wild runs. And he gets a great time. You know, if you throw out Phil Miller's time, all of a sudden we've got all boats that are running right about the same times. About 53 on average, about 53.8 to 54.8, so all within a second. And then you have Phil Miller, who totally throws it out of whack for everybody. So about 4.7 is Darren and Autumn Swindoll. On to it. Well done. Great run. .091, and had he not lost the time when he was out of the water and trying to control the boat, he's definitely in the 53 second run category for sure. Darren told me last night, I was chatting with him about, for whatever reason last night at the Show and Shine, the conversation was all about learning curves and learning to trust your boat. And that move that he just made was he's learned to trust his boat and what it will do. If he didn't, he would have been out of the water. But that was a great maneuver by Darren. Okay, so this is going to be a very quick run in the unlimited class. We have almost the entirety of the class scratching this round with the exception of boat number 4. So boat 33 is scratched this round. A DNS did not start. Same goes for boat 19, boat 55M, boat 907, and boat 10M. So an ugly day in the unlimiteds, at least to this point, and several of those boats really have only one more chance after this to get it done if they hope to move into further rounds. And he gets the DNF. Frankly, I'm not sure what he was running there. That may have been a rotation from last year. Because, yeah, that was... We're all up here shaking our heads going, is this the same rotation? Do we change a rotation, huh? So that completes our third qualifying run of the day. So our Q4 will get underway. So I'm not really overstating it by saying kind of an ugly day in the Unlimiteds for a variety of reasons, not the least of which is just a lot of mechanical difficulties that are being dealt with. Only one boat making it out in that entire qualifying run. So not a good day for the Unlimiteds. In the Modified, it's more of an issue of just figuring out the course. We have one scratch for the rest of the day in the Modifieds with the Cummings. Dylan and Terry in boat 99 from Squim. They are out for the day. 3 DNFs in a row for boat 623. Boat 623, 3 DNFs on the day. 3 DNFs on the day for boat 146. That's Ben Graham and Doug Wickman. And it's just kind of all over in times. And in a lot of ways, the Modified resembles the 400 class in that you have one boat that is just the standout fast boat, which is Rob Cox and Liz Petring in boat 049, and then everybody else sort of in the mid to upper 50s. A little bit of a story behind boat 049, Robert Cox, is Robert's father used to fly remote-controlled airplanes, and one of the well-known remote-controlled airplane engines was the Cox 049. And so when Dad got into racing, he adopted 049 because of the last name Cox as sort of the racing number, Robert adopting it as well.
All right, folks. Looks like we are taking a short break here before we start the fourth qualifying round. And we're starting out with the super modified, or the modified class. It is chilly over here. It's hopefully not going to rain. It's very overcast, dark skies, and a light wind. So we're doing everything we can to protect the equipment while still bringing you a good show. I hope that it's been adequate for your viewing needs so far. I do go to great lengths to try to make things work, but I'm only one person, and there's a lot of variables here. So, in any case, we'll get back underway racing here with our fourth qualifier very shortly.
If you're looking for something in the way of a pick-me-up, Jitterbug Espresso is serving their hot, iced, and blended espressos today. Fruit smoothies and Italian sodas, spritzers and the like. Make sure if you walk up there you say, "We love Extreme Sports Park," and you get a free cookie with your drink. Sass Crunch Baked Caramel Corn. It's all the fun and flavor of caramel corn without the shells and kernels. They've got a dozen different flavors. The Curbside Bistro, if you're hungry, is at ESP again with Heroes, Nathan's Famous Hot Dogs, smoked German dogs, homemade ice-cold lemonade and water. They're, again, kind of down by the pits. And the Port Angeles Lions Club is serving wicked nachos. And
so we're up to 68 people viewing online, or 68 computers. If you get a chance, pop into the chat. A couple people already have it, told us where you're watching from, but the owners and the ASB board of directors really loves to find out where people are watching from, so we kind of know what our reach is here. We'd love to see somebody say they're watching from New Zealand or Australia, but it's still a little early over there.
The folks that's camping out overnight, they will have breakfast tomorrow morning. So lots of eats to be had. So boat 19, also a scratch for the day. So boat 19, Josh and Erica Reynolds out for the day. Boat 623 now. This is Clint's last chance at getting a qualifying run to make it into the money rounds. It's now or never. Oh, almost loses it so many times and hangs on to it. It's like Clint's wrestling monkeys in this boat. Will he do it? He got it. Well, he got it done ugly. 67.453. His last chance, and he does it. And came close on a number of different occasions of just about losing it. So good for him for hanging on to it. Well, I've been shirking on my giveaway duties. So we've got a couple of kids' shirts up here, courtesy of Lakeside Industries, the paving people. And these are small kids' shirts. So first couple of kids that make it to the booth down here that have something that have Ford attached on it, whether it's a Ford hat, a shirt, key ring, etc. We got a couple of t-shirts. So it's going to have Ford. All right, boat 049, our only Ford. Tearing it up. Oh. Wrong way. Deanna So again, we've got a couple of small kid-size shirts. First couple of kids to come over here with something with Ford, a Ford insignia, the name Ford on it. So it's got to have Ford on it. Speaking of Ford, that is, I believe, the first DNF this season for Rob Cox in boat 049. Mel Craven and Chris Ebert, boat 5. And another DNF for Mel Craven. Okay, we have all of our winners. Thanks to all the kids that ran down here. We have all of our winners. So that is a DNF. And that brings us to boat 146 as Ben Graham and Doug Wickman give it one last try. It's about 146 off the trailer. And making his way out onto the course. This will be his final chance to get into the quarters. He gets the DNF. So that is the end of the day for him. We will not be seeing Jolly Roger on the course anymore today. That's sad. You make it all the way down from Wrangell, Alaska, and to have the day end early.
I appreciate you for putting where you're watching from in the chat, because that is awesome. It's so great to see such a diverse area of people watching this from all around the United States so far.
So boat
And Canada.
02 also scratching in Q2 will be Paul Garr. So he will be scratching in the fourth qualifier. As boat 59, Jamie and Leslie Hassel. Bring it out. And he's good. Best run for him of the day. Unofficially, 53.435. And if that stands, definitely his best run of the day by about 5 seconds. And it is official, 53.435. Jesse Miller, Logan Evans. Thad Buddies Jr. in boat 09. 52.875. Was their best. Call it good. $52.550, his best run of the day. So boat 09 stepping it up every run from a 59 to a 53.9 to a 52.8 and now a 52.5. So improvement every round for driver Jesse Miller. With boat 54, Bill Reichert and Woodsy Woods.
Got 73 people watching online. Outstanding. Would love to see it go over 100. Call your friends. Post it on Facebook, Twitter, anything, and let them know we're broadcasting.
And boat 54. Rocking and rolling. Oh, some pinballing. He hangs on to it. Keeps going. And he does it. .58.637. The final run for the modifieds in the qualifiers. So we've completed 4 qualifying runs. Fastest boat in the class on the day still Robert Cox. Slowest boat, Mel Craven in boat number 5. And that brings us to the 400s, where Paul Gar in boat 2 is not running this round. He is scratching. That'll means we'll start off with the fastest boat in the class for the day, which is boat 22. Done and done. And he does save his best for last. 47.930. So it'll be interesting to see if anyone has the ability in their boat to step up and even approach that kind of run. Brian Swindoll and Troy Olson in boat 76.
Gotta say, I am loving my new tripod. Less than $100 and very smooth panning and tilting. I sure wish I would have bought this years ago. Also loving my new mixer, where I can do very smooth pans and tilts and no flashing between the switches. If I could just get the 4th camera working that's down at the launch, boy, we'd be in Fat City.
one's good. $54,906 for the Swindols in boat 76. And that'll bring us to Doug Hendrickson and Cassie Beaudry. In boat 01, the only wicked boat really to of the two to make it out on the course so far. We have hopes that maybe we'll see Dan Morrison in boat 10M in the fourth qualifier. And it would be a shame if we didn't, just because we're dealing with a starter. Not to say that the starter isn't important, but still. Doug Hendrickson with a boatload of sponsors, including all-weather heating, Alderson Auto Body, Doghouse Powder Coating, RE Powell, MAV TV, and filters. And he gets the early DNF. Doug running with a alternate navigator, and I'm not saying that that was the cause, just as a fact. Doug with a alternate navigator is Nicole Heaton, his normal navigator. Spend some time with her family. We wish Nicole and Nicole's family the best. Thinking of Nicole today. So he gets the DNF. He DNF'd early on. So no clean run for Doug on that go around. Although he's more than qualified and making it into the money rounds. Scott Saxton and Gary McNeil in boat 13, ready to roll. 53.933 was their best, and that was in their last run. A great
special hello to Amanda Webb, owner with Matt, her husband, of Webb Slough in St. John, Washington, where we're going to have our final race of the season coming up on August 28th.
And then we'll see who, if anybody, makes it out in the unlimited class. Well, that was a crowd pleaser. I'd say he caught some air on that. That was a bell ringer. So they're okay, and they're back in the water. Hopefully they'll be able to get the boat started and out. It's always feast or famine with feast or famine with Scott Saxton. He had a really great controlled run in his last qualifier, and in this one, obviously not so much. So they'll go back, take a look at the boat, change some underwear, and be ready to go coming up in the money rounds. That leaves us with Darren Swindoll to run cleanup here in the 400s in this fourth and final qualifying run in the day of racing here at the Extreme Sports Park, ASB. One of our sponsors out here is Mobile Music. They install car stereos and a variety of auto accessories. They've been doing it for almost 40 years. Whether you're looking for just a car stereo or maybe even a car alarm
I
or
stand
LED
corrected.
lighting.
That Web Slew race is August 29th. It's on
They'll be able
Saturday.
to set you
I don't know
up.
why I was looking at the calendar wrong.
Located out there on East 1st Street in Port Angeles, 532 East 1st. If you need auto accessories, go see him. All right, here we go. Back to racing with Darren Swindoll. Great run. .378, Darren's fastest run of the day. And that brings us now to the Unlimiteds. And a question of who or who will not start. Boat 33 is on the trailer and ready to go. Actually, just getting ready to come off the trailer. So we know we will get at least one more appearance by Ron and Jason Gallagher in boat 33. We've had 2 DNFs and 1 DNS. They didn't start. They scratched the last round.
Just for clarification, this is race 2 of the season. Race 3 is happening right back up here in Port Angeles on August 22nd. And then the final race of the season is August 29th over at St. John, Washington and Webb Slough.
3 in his second qualifier, but 2 DNFs otherwise. And then the question is, will boat 19, 55, 907, and boat 10 make it out? Boat 33 sounding a little on the rough side. Gets the DNF. So an early DNF for Ron Gallagher, and that's the day. So a whole lot of DNFing going on.
So it looks like Wicked 10 is backing into the water, and hopefully they can get it running for their
And
first.
it looks like at least Dan Morrison is going to try to get it in the water.
First qualifier today, hopefully.
Looks like 55M also will make it in this run. And it appears as though we're going to get at least a run from boat 907, Eric Werner. So boat 4 will roll next. And a DNF. So boat 55M ready to rock and roll. Hangs on to it. And it's a clean run. $54,482. Believe it or not, one of only 4 complete times in the Q4s today, in the unlimited class today. So, boat 907 will try it again. A DNF and 2 did not starts for boat 907, Eric and Rhonda Werner. 61.964 and a clean run. And that kind of odd-shaped little boat. The hull on it is pretty much like the others. All the, I guess what you would call the uniqueness is really what's on top of the boat. The way that it's designed, it makes it look like it's very low and lean. The top of the boat tapers in quite a bit. Interesting design. The idea of keeping the center of gravity low. Not exactly sure what kind of issues he was dealing with, maybe just outside of having some engine problems. Nice to see a sun break, warming things up a little bit out here. As we wait for the first appearance of Dan Morrison in boat 10M. Dan Morrison from Port Angeles. Got her started. Here we go. So he manages to put one in the books. So unofficially, that is actually official, 52.325 for Dan Morrison. So he gets a good one in the books. So congratulations going out to Dan. So with that run, Dan also puts in the fastest run in the unlimited class on the day. So a hearty congratulations to Dan Morrison and his crew for actually managing to pull off the start and get it done.
So we've completed all 4 qualifiers, folks, and we are going to go take a lunch break.
Where he drops the 52.325 at the last second. In the 400 class, Phil Miller just absolutely the top of the class all day with a 47.930 as his fastest. And, of course, Robert Cox and Liz Petring about 049 as they burned it up in their very first qualifier with a 48.889. So a good day of racing from those 3 in particular. And now it's going to be a matter of going through the numbers to see the order that they will come out when we move into our quarterfinal round. So the way that it'll work is it will be from the slowest to the fastest times as far as which boats make it out when. So obviously Robert Cox and the Modifieds will be the last boat out when we get into the quarters. In the 400s, Phil Miller the last, and Dan Morrison in the unlimited class. Again, I guess the big disappointments today in the unlimited class with a lot of did not starts and a lot of DNFs. So at this point, it is lunch break. I want to thank MAV TV for joining us out here today at the track. You'll be able to see yourself on TV a little bit later this season. Make sure that you check out the MAV TV listings for times. So Dan Morrison, the last racer out. With Dan. Thanks to our sponsors, Fairmont Grocery. You can visit their friendly staff at Fairmont Grocery. They're on the corner of Fairmont Avenue and also Highway 101 with fishing and camping supplies, hot and cold deli, and a large variety of drinks. They also carry Shell brand gas. Open 7 days a week from 4 a.m. to 11 p.m. And, of course, they have the newly renovated motel nearby where if you need a quick place to stay, they can set you up. Also, McMenamin and McMenamin Personal Injury Law Firm is proud to support the Wicked Racing team at Extreme Sports Park. So go race and have fun and drive safe. Also, the station signs and screen printing with signs, banners, decals, vehicle graphics, fleet graphics, window graphics, magnetic signs and the like, hoodies, tank tops, and so on. So, Terry Cummings, navigator with Dylan in boat 99. You guys had problems today. What was going on with your boat and what knocked it out?
We had a lot of problems today. Just getting the rotation down was one thing. We did have it down, but well, I told Dylan to go one way, he went another way. That was the first one. And the second one, we came in there, everything was going good, and we came to the head up on top, and we just got disoriented. So we didn't know to go right, go left. And right after that, we got back in and found out that we had oil mixed in with the water. So we're out for the day, so we don't know if we have a cracked head or hopefully it's just a gasket, because that's all Dylan can afford to get.
Wow, well, it's an unfortunate way to start the day of racing here. And so explain a little bit about this. Somebody's going to have to explain this. I guess that's going to be you, right? Okay, that's going to be you too. Who is Mama G-Force Lynch?
This is Marjan's mom, and next race on the 22nd here at ASB, we're going to bring Mama G-Force Lynch, we'll say, here to watch our race, and she will be coming with a lot of 12s, and we're going to sit her up there on the canopy, and she's going to watch this race, and then afterwards we're going to put her in the boat and take her for a ride. And then hopefully she'll give out some awards and do some signing. So it's pretty special to have her come and check this out.
All right, so that is going to be the next race here at the Extreme Sports Park. That'll be coming up August 22nd. So grab your tickets and get ready to meet Mama G-Force Lynch. I love it, Mama G-Force. Who came up with the nickname? Was that her?
That was Hallie Walsh here. So it's a good name for her. Go Hawks!
All right, go Hawks. Well, an unfortunate way for their day to end here at the Extreme Sports Park with mechanical problems, and hopefully we are just talking about a gasket and not something worse, so that we can see them back here. And two more races still on the season. You've got St. John, Washington, and also here in Port Angeles. So boat 99 from Squim, unfortunately one of the local boats out of it. See, now, if they really wanted to make this interesting, what they should be doing is taking people for rides. I don't hear many people disagreeing with that. By the way, a big thank you to CHS. CHS is your local Cenex dealer, and you can fill up today with quality ethanol-free gas, Cenex Roadmaster Premium Diesel Fuel, and get your other essentials too. And if you need propane, they can set you up. They've got great service, competitive pricing, reliable supplies, and you can visit them online at chspropane.com or call them at 800-562-2667. Drop by one of your local CHS stores today. Also, a thank you to Goodman Septic Services, a proud sponsor of the Extreme Sports Park and Wicked Racing. I want to thank all of the race fans here today. Goodman Septic, owned by Dave and Debbie Baker and servicing Clallam County for over 30 years. By the way, our jet ski group is from Aberdeen, Washington, up out of Grays Harbor. We're going to do driver introductions here in a second, and then they're going to come out here and do their thing. Never even really considered, you know, we have, if you look over to where the boats come out, there are two huge, and I mean huge, wooden beams that make up a catwalk so that our race controller, Ron, can get from the pit area out onto the, kind of this main control island. And I'm watching these guys on the jet skis come through here, and there is very little clearance. If you don't duck a long ways, you're going to get your bell rung. Just one of the many fun hazards if you're on a jet ski. So please let I definitely would like to see one of these guys do the rotation. Okay, drivers, we're going to do driver introductions here. Drivers, want to do driver introductions? So, waiting for the drivers to line up for driver introductions. Okay, so drivers, we need you to get to your places for the driver introductions as our guys come out and take another run. Lakeside Industries and George and Rena are proud sponsors of the Extreme Sports Park. They have done a huge job out here in the construction of the things that you see out here at the Extreme Sports Park, and a big thank you for their continued support of all of the ESP events. Also a thank you to Jordan Excavating. Jeff and Jenny have done a lot out here. They've been here from the inception of the park right to now, and they continue to help out. A big thank you to them and Jordan Excavating for their support of ESP. Visit Pen Print for all of your graphic and printing needs, located in downtown Port Angeles. Heather and George, a big part of the community, and they've supported Wicked Racing and the Extreme Sports Park from pretty much the beginning too. They've donated 8 other VIP passes to disabled vets, so a big thank you for all they've done for ESP. Also, all-weather heating and cooling, an Olympic Peninsula favorite for over 30 years, out here supporting the park for all of your heating and cooling needs. Visit All Weather, and remember, everyone calls us. Frank's Auto Repair in Port Angeles is a supporter of the Extreme Sports Park. Doesn't make any difference whether you're driving a foreign rig or a domestic car, you'll get it fixed at Frank's Automotive Repair. And also thank you to West Coast Wire and Rope. All of the fence that you're sitting behind today that's keeping you safe from the boats when they come out of the water was done by the folks at West Coast Wire and Rope, Mike and Joanne Vaughn. Also big supporters of the Extreme Sports Park. So remember, when you need wires, when you need ropes, when you need fencing, you'll find it from West Coast Wire and Rope. Also, one of the big sponsors here of the Extreme Sports Park, and they have been here from the beginning as well, is the Elwha River Casino and the Lower Elwha Tribe and the Elwha Tribal Council. They continue to support the Extreme Sports Park. They're about 3 miles just away from the park here on Lower Elwha Road. So maybe after you're done here today and you need some slots, head on out. The Elwha Tribe, a big backer of the Extreme Sports Park. Also, thank you to Dennis Holcomb Rock Quarry. They keep things out here going. We want to thank them for their support and contributions to the Extreme Sports Park. Okay, we're going to do the driver introductions now, starting in the modified class. First up, boat 99 from Sequim, Washington, Dylan and Terry Cummings. So apparently they're making their way out. Dylan and Terry will be coming out to the main island out here. So we had a chance to talk to them a little bit earlier, and Terry, of course, saying mechanical problems keeping them out for the rest of the day. So Dylan and Terry in boat 99, Jeepers Creepers. Boat 49, actually make that boat 623. It is Clint Birch and Renee Faircloth. Mr. Exciting and Ms. Purdy. Together they are Purdy Exciting. Part of Fear Not Racing. Boat 049, Robert Cox and Liz Petring. Obsession. Of course, they are the fastest boat in the modifieds and the second fastest boat in the course so far today. Boat 05 is Showtime from Spokane, Washington. It is Mel Craven and his navigator, Chris Ebert, in boat number 5. Boat 146, making the way down from Wrangell, Alaska. Newbie to the sport, Ben Graham and Doug Wickman. From the Fat Buddies, boat 59 from Tulameen, British Columbia. Fat Buddy North, it's Jamie and Leslie Hassel. In boat 9 in the modifieds, Jesse Nepstad Miller and Logan Evans. It's Fat Buddy Jr. Also in the modified class in boat 54, from Tulameen and Penticton, British Columbia, respectively, driver Bill Reichert and Woodsy Mike Woods. In the Supermods, boat number 2, live wire from Sequim, Washington, Paul and Taylor Garr. It's in the 400 class. And of course, Taylor having her 20th birthday this weekend. Go Big 2-0, go Big 2-0. In boat 400, boat 22 in the 400 class, it is the Punisher, Phil Miller and Sharon Hauser. Phil from Langley, British Columbia, Sharon from Tangent, Oregon. In the 400 class, boat 76 is your getaway vehicle, part of Bandit Racing. Brian Swindoll, and his navigator this weekend is Troy Olson. Boat 1 in the 400s. 5-time national champion as part of Team Wicked in boat number 1, Doug Hendrickson and Cassie Baudry. Cassie sitting in this weekend for Nicole Heaton, Doug's regular navigator. Cassie is sort of the Wicked team standby navigator and always does a great job. Boat 13, Fat Buddy Prime, Scotty Dog Saxton and Gary McNeil. And boat 47 in the 400s. Part of Bandit Team Racing, Darren and Ashley Swindoll. And that brings us to the unlimited class. Starting things off with boat 33 from Olympia, Washington, it is Ron and Jason Gallagher. Boat 33, a part of Bootlegger Racing. In boat 4, making his way from Corvallis, Montana, it is Bill Sparling, and from Sequim, navigator Nicole Brown. Boat 4, Sinister. Also a part of Bootlegger Racing in boat 19, Josh and Erica Reynolds, a husband-wife team from Harrison, Idaho. The first of the Canadians, boat 55, now a part of Fat Buddy Racing. It is Corey Johnson and Gary McNeil from Maple Ridge, British Columbia, in boat 55M Liquid Addiction. Gary's already out there, so Corey gets to run out by himself. Boat 907, back after a hiatus of a couple of years. It is Eric Werner and Rhonda Werner, part of Jolly Rogers Racing, in boat 907. Wrangell, Alaska is home. And last but not least, from Port Angeles, a part of Wicked Team Racing, boat 10, Dan Morrison and Kara McGuire. And that is your lineup for ASB Sprint Boat Racing. Give them all a big round of applause. Thank you, gentlemen and ladies, for being out there and doing what you're doing today. So they'll be back out in a little bit.
I do apologize for missing a lot of the driver's introduction. I was trying to get my other camera at the launch working. I'm real close, but I may have to actually give you a black screen for a little bit longer during this lunch break to make it happen.
Of the superboats, and we've seen, quite a bit of technical issues today. And it started out so promising at St. John with the unlimited class. Everybody's like, wow, look at all the unlimited boats. And, well, we got a round out of each one of them, a couple of rounds out of a couple of more. Everybody just sort of had not a good day.
The unlimited boats are always volatile, and temperamental at best. And typically, when you start going into that class, you get everything you can out of the motor, and that's typically the problem. You're putting them to the limits, and it doesn't take much to make them not work. So I think that was part of the issue. Personally, our boat was running good at the end of the day. It was just more of a driver thing than anything else.
So what is the deal with the did you know when you moved up to the unlimited class that there was that possibility? Because you went through a couple of seasons ago where, it was bleak for you.
Well, you do know that. You spend a lot of money so you can go a little faster, and you hope you keep together during the whole race season, and that's always the issue. Just doing everything you can to make it maintain right through the end of the year. And in any of these classes, if you're not there every race and pushing hard every race, you're not winning this thing. And Doug and I and the Wicked Racing team, we're always there to win, and that's our goal. So, we always feel like, we're not going to win them all. We know that, but if you're going to win, you got to beat us, and that's our attitude. So, you come with your best equipment, your best tune-up, your best brain that you got, and you hope it all lands on the track on the same day. So,
This rotation is an interesting rotation. Looking at it, I'm like, oh, this is going to be interesting. How are you looking at it?
It's technical. It is technical. We're going to have some people having trouble with it. I can see that happening. But on the other hand, it's got some fast spots in it. You're going to come around that outside edge pretty quick, and then you're going to have to duck in real fast. And the thing is, when you duck in the middle of Port Angeles track, you're not going straight across that track. You got to wee-wah everywhere you go, no matter which angle they send you in there. And it's going to be interesting to say the least. I think you're going to see some guys figure it out and get real quick, and other guys struggle all day. I think that's that kind of course.
Well, it's going to be fascinating. The rotation looks very challenging. Not that it isn't challenging here, but this one is probably one of the more technical, challenging than I think I've seen since the track opened.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it is too. And we always try to mix it up. We've got 6 islands in the track, and usually you can get tens at least of different rotations before you start duplicating much. And that's been part of the goal too, is just to keep mixing it up so that nobody gets real familiar with what we're about to send at them. And this rotation is going to definitely test a few of these guys. There's no doubt about it, including myself. I'm liking seeing what I'm seeing, but I'm also got some concern for sure.
Talk a little bit about how it's gone so far with the ASB.
Oh, we're doing good. We've got MAP TV here, of course, and they're wanting to chase us around and promote this sport. And just as far as the fan base in the Port Angeles area, I know is definitely growing. And of course, we got the best weather around here. 3 months of 90 degrees, and then all of a sudden it's race weekend, and here we are with the drizzle. So I'm hoping it holds off all race day, and we can get this thing ran and do the best we can that way. But ASB itself is doing well. Our marketing is gaining momentum. Sponsorships are still coming at us. We're definitely making this thing go faster than it was, that's for sure.
All right, let's talk about up-and-comers. We've got some new guys definitely this year. We've got some folks that are moving into their second and third season. As you kind of look around, and not necessarily your competition in the unlimited class, but just drivers in general, who do you look at and go, that's going to be the guy you need to watch out for?
Well, I've got half a dozen of them in my head that I believe are quality drivers. Not all of them have the best hulls or the best equipment, and that's always been an issue. You know, to be at the top of this thing with what's driving out there right now, the guys that are winning consistently, they're typically running good equipment, good hulls, good motors, good tune-ups, good setup on the boat. There's just a lot of little factors that make you stand on that podium all the time consistently. But I also know how it is from going from a hull that was a slider in my first hull, which it was a fun boat to drive and all that, and I did stand at the podium with it before, but it also wasn't going to win consistently, and I kind of knew that. And when I finally got to drive a boat or own a boat that I knew I could be consistent with, it changed everything in my personal beliefs, I guess, or my confidence in myself is the words, but as soon as I had the confidence and knew that I had the right equipment, then it was a matter of keeping the package together and keeping my brain focused, that type of thing. And like I say, there's 6 guys, 8 guys out here that if they step up the quality of material that they're hanging on to and driving, they're going to be in this game full on, and you won't see them drop out of it. I'm sure that you're going to have to go beat them to win this thing. So it would be hard to put names to it all. I'd have to go down the list, but on the other hand, they're out there. There's some really good guys that coming from all corners of this Northwest that are competing with us and have potential to win. And like I say, I just look at some of them and know that a little better equipment and they're going to be in the game.
Well, and you can't say enough to, kind of avoiding the question, but doing so in a very diplomatic way. One other thing, you've alluded to a couple of times, and that is the fan base. And without the fans, you guys don't do this. And the fan base here in Port Angeles seems to pretty much grow race to race to race, and that's a positive thing.
Oh, absolutely, and and that's ultimately our goal. Of course, we need boats, and we need just general growth, but growth doesn't happen unless you have the fans, and it comes back down to chasing sponsors and all of that type of thing. Without the fans, you got no sponsors. Without the boats, you got no fans. So it is kind of a circle. There's more than one piece of this equation of making the ASB grow. But our focus generally is grow the fan base, because if you grow the fan base, it brings more racers, brings more boats, brings better sponsors, everything grows.
Well, Dan, good luck. Can't wait to see you out in the water. Can't wait to see you deal with this rotation in a really fast boat.
We're going to give her what we got, buddy. You know that.
That, of course, Dan Morrison is watch our skid. Jet ski guys attempt to keep it in the water to varying degrees of success. Waiting to get racing back underway. Reminder to you, plenty of places where you can go for some eats, like the next door gastro pub over by the beer garden. You're looking for some Bud Light. Obviously, the beer garden's the place to go. Get some tasty stuff over there, like margaritas, chiladas, shock top, strawberry ritas, Harbinger wines, and of course kebabs and oysters from the next door Gastro Bistro. Also, Maggie Mays, #1 best of Western Washington, with her mobile food truck is set up with espresso and elk burgers, big old hot dogs, fresh and delicious wraps, espresso, smoothies, spritzers, and more. You can head over and grab some eats. Young ladies from the Port Angeles equestrian team have their local homemade fresh strawberry shortcake, fresh whipped cream, great nachos, tasty stuff, espresso or jitterbug espresso. Plenty of beverages over there, both hot and cold, both caffeinated and not. Make sure you say we love Extreme Sports Park when you go over, and you'll get a free cookie when you order your drink. Also, a curbside bistro. Back out here with Heroes, Nathan's famous hot dogs, German sausages, plenty of lemonade and ice cold water in the Port Angeles Lions Club as your nachos, burgers, hot dogs, corn dogs, and the like, and breakfast tomorrow morning for those of you staying at the park tonight. if you're looking for a new stereo for your car, or maybe accessories, LED lights, maybe an auto alarm or something like that, head to Mobile Music, where they install car stereos and auto accessories. They've been doing it for 40 years. They have 4 locations. One of them right here in Port Angeles. You'll find them out at 532 East 1st Street in Port Angeles. You can visit them for all of your car audio and accessory needs. Make sure you meet up with Michael, the store manager there in Port Angeles, and he'll get you fixed up perfect. Also, the station Signs and Screen Printing does signs, banners, decals, vehicle graphics, fleet graphics, even magnetic signs. And a little screen printing if you need a t-shirt or a hoodie or some tank tops. Speaking of shirts, I'm kind of thinking that we need to blow out some Sinister t-shirts today. Team Sinister Racing is boat 4. Of course, they're in the unlimited class. I'm thinking somebody needs to be able... I'm looking for a chair and a cooler. Okay, we're going to blow out for the first 2 people over here. They can bring a chair of some sort and a cooler. We got a pair of t-shirts from Sinister Racing. So a chair and a cooler. We got 2 of them. You're going to have to make it to the... So we got one here, and you got the cooler built into the chair. You cheated. All right. Here's one coming down your way. That's the way to go about it. There you go. Hey, thank you. All right, so we got a couple of winners picking up some of the t-shirts. Hey, you can always purchase t-shirts down on Vendor Row, down by the pits. Not only do we have Sinister t-shirts, number 4, but also you're going to find Bandit Racing down there, Fear Not. Fear Not. Clint had his definite difficulties today in boat 623, but they've got some of the coolest tees and swag down there at their booth. Definitely the Fear Not. Drop on by for some cool looking stuff there.
Okay, my hard work does pay off finally.
Fat Buddies.
And we missed the driver introduction because of it, but I managed to get the launch cam working.
Anything like that.
And that is a GoPro
A
camera.
lot of different racers with
And I recently got the ability to stream live, not directly over the internet or anything, but I'm hooked directly into the camera. As you can see, it's a super wide angle.
doing the work over
Good stuff. I might have to go over and adjust it a little bit.
out here on the course as we, of course, they go through. Everybody's kind of getting some lunch.
So, Bootlegger Racing just brought up some of their swag. They've got some pretty cool shirts in large, adult large. So I'm thinking we need a beer koozie. And I'm thinking that they're probably. Are they allowed to have beer out here? Can they have beer in their beer koozies? Okay, so it's got to be a Pepsi in the beer koozie. You got to actually have a beer koozie, and a Pepsi has to be in it. All right, first two, and we got some bootlegger shirts for you. Okay, first two, beer koozie, and it's got to have a Pepsi in it of some sort. Pepsi, Diet Pepsi, any of the various Pepsi products. As long as it says Pepsi, you're good. You're golden. So we want to thank the guys from Bootlegger Racing for coming on up here. They had kind of an awkward day today, but still out there doing it, and we appreciate them showing up for the races and bringing up some of their cool stuff. So again, it is a beer koozie with some sort of Pepsi product in it. One of those cooler koozies. So again, we're still waiting to get the information on our quarterfinals. Just kind of looking at some of the times here. I'm going to say that our first boat out, at least in the modified, is going to be Mel Craven in boat number 5. That's going to be Mel Craven in boat number 5. The second boat out is going to be boat 623. That is boat 623. The third boat out, and again, this is all unofficial, but just kind of basing it on the times I'm looking at here. Boat number 3 is going to be Bill Reichert and Mike Woods in boat 54. Followed by boat 59. We got our koozie with the Pepsi product. Okay, got to pull out the Pepsi product so I can see it. Right on. You're the man. All right, congratulations. So our fifth boat out is going to be boat number 9. That's Jesse Miller and Logan Evans. And then the final boat out, the fastest in the class in the modifieds today, is going to be boat number 049. So again, we'll go from boat number 5, boat 623, boat 54, 59, 09, then boat 049. A little bit more difficult 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, to do the figures for our 400 class, because there's such a short such a very little So the first boat out in the 400s is going to be boat number 76, followed by boat 13, Scott Saxton and Gary McNeil. Then boat number 1, Doug Hendrickson. Then boat number 2, Paul and Taylor Garr. Boat 47, Darren Swindoll. And then I take that back. Darren Swindoll. And then the final boat out will be Phil Miller in boat 22. Pretty easy in the unlimited class to see where this one is going. It'll be boat 907, followed by boat number 4. then boats 55M, and boat 10M. So let's see. All right, so Lucas Oil came up. Now they've got some really cool t-shirts up here. I like the Lucas Oil shirts. Those are nice. I'm thinking somebody needs to have a do-rag. I'm looking at a do-rag for a Lucas Oil shirt. All of a sudden, it's just like it's raining t-shirts up here. We got Jolly Rogers, we got Lucas, we got the bootlegger, Sinister, and the good folks at CHS also have some t-shirts. Theirs are nice. They've got a pocket. Okay, for a CHS, I tell you what, first person over here with a cell phone. Because it's got a front pocket in it, so you got to actually be here with the cell phone. All right, there we go. Congratulations on your CHS shirt. I don't make it easy for one of these Jolly Roger shirts. We need to have somebody with a goofy looking stocking cap with like a fuzzy ball on it. So if you have a goofy looking stocking cap with a fuzzy ball on it, we'll give you a Jolly Rogers shirt. All you have to do is come over. Oh look, it's a goofy looking. Tell you what, would you like one for the little one down there? Okay, we'll set you up with one for the little guy. Here you go. You're welcome. That was fun. That made me happy. Welcome to the Extreme Sports Park. We always have a great time out here. It's always a pleasure to see ASB racing here in Port Angeles. Port Angeles crowd's absolutely great. Don't forget, there's going to be breakfast here tomorrow morning for those of you that are camping out tonight, that are either throwing up a tent or maybe you're staying in one of your RVs or a travel trailer and the like. Eats tomorrow morning. Now these Jolly Rogers t-shirts are sweet. They have a big Jolly Rogers skull and crossbones on the back. I'm thinking it's a skull for a skull. So we'll have another one of these Jolly Rogers. If you got some sort of something with a skull on it, it can be a hat, it can be a shirt. You got to be over here at the booth to get one of these. Even a tattoo works. You know? What? We got... Okay, wait a second here. What? What? I'm sorry. Okay, what? Okay, so you've got, you've got a, all right, now all of us, you've already got a, here you go. Okay, island hoppers and officials, we need you to get back to your spots. Island hoppers and officials, we need you to start making it back to your places. All right, okay, I love it. Everybody's over here wanting to show us their tattoos now. How come it's only guys that are showing us the tats? Well, thank you for showing us your tattoo. We already had our winners, so sorry. Oh, and more. Out of the sky, more. Okay, so earlier we did this thing where I said, if you bring something over that has a Ford logo on it, I'm going to give you a t-shirt. Well, now, boat 049, that is Cox 049, Team Obsession, he brings over, and he's the only Ford boat out here, he brings over a couple of t-shirts, medium in size. So because before I already asked for Ford logos, now I have to ask for Chevy logo just because I know it'll annoy Robert. And he's already back. Now he wants to repo his shirts. They do have. Okay. You want blue or black? Black it is. There you go. You have a Chevy something or other too? There you go. All right, a Ford shirt for the Chevy driver. By the way, you can pick up a boat 049 shirts down in the pits. Robert's got his shirts down there. You can pick them up. And it's really cool. The shirts, you purchase one of these shirts and they look good and they're very cool. But the thing is, it also helps support the drivers and make sure that, they can get their fuel and just keep the boats running and stuff. So it's another secondary way that they actually can stay out. Oh, okay. All right. Now I feel bad for her because she brings out the whole logo. You think you could fit into this? No, she shrugs. All right, hang on a second. She looks so forlorn. I mean, it was like sad face. All right, here you go. You got a Sinister shirt. Thank you. I would have felt horrible. Well, and look, I mean, she must have been all the way over to the other side. Because she's way over there. Oh, yeah, I would have been a total jackass if I hadn't given her something. That would have been the worst. She's still going. She's got to have run almost all the way from an area near the beer garden. No, she's halfway around the track, and she came over here all the way with the, like I said, good for her. Give her a round of applause. She is our long-distance runner. Now I kind of wish I'd given her a couple of T-shirts. We have more swag that will be blowing out here shortly, too, by the way.
Getting a little windy here at Port Angeles. Wind is better than rain any day of the year.
By the way, if you're dealing with things on your roof, in particular moss, don't forget All Gone Moss Removal and Roof Cleaning. You can call Eric for all of your moss removal and exterior cleaning needs. They do free estimates as well. Give them a buzz at 360-775 or 9597. That's 360-775-9597. All Gone moss removal.
I want to thank Mel Craven, the owner of Showtime Boat. Earlier today when I was setting stuff up, my fresh roll of duct tape took a roll right into the track. So he hooked me up with a much better full roll of Gorilla duct tape.
We need our TV
thanks, Mel.
crews to kind of get back to your places so that we can get racing going again. So if we can get MAV TV and our camera crews back in place. We can get racing underway. Don't forget CHS and Cenex. If you're looking for quality ethanol-free gas, in other words, clean gas, Cenex Roadmaster Premium Diesel Fuel, and also stocking up on other essentials, you need to stop by your Cenex dealer today. They also have propane. You can check them out at CHS-Propane or stop by one of their local CHS stores today. They'll give you great pricing, great service, and reliable supplies. You can call them at 800-862, or make that 800-562-2667.
Getting a little sprinkle moving through. I hope that's it.
All right, so we have some pink Peltor, I guess you would call them earmuffs, that were left over at Bandit Racing, or the Bandit Racing booth, or Bandit Racing. At the Bandit Racing booth, these are like sound headphones to soundproof. Kind of remind me of the old used for target practicing. So anyway, they're pink Peltors, and they're up here at T-Shirt Central. So come on up to the booth here if those are yours and collect them. Don't forget the station signs and screen printing. They have plenty of decals, vehicle graphics, fleet graphics, window graphics, even magnetic signs, and they screen print T-shirts and hoodies for tank tops and the like as well. So we're waiting for the MAV TV crew to get back in place. Our safety crews out there. We'll get the modifieds underway. All right. I'm thinking one of these cool Lucas Oil shirts need to go to somebody that can bring an umbrella over this way. So I'm looking for the first two people with an umbrella, actually. So where we got somebody over here? All right. There you go, friend. Looks like you got the right hat on, too. There you go. No bad days. Truly. All right, so we've got, we need one more. We have, oh, we got a lady with an umbrella. Hurry. Come on, run. You need to run. No walkers. That is the lamest. It is an umbrella, but what is it for? Is it for like small monkeys? That's a small monkey umbrella is what she brings up. Glad your squirrel monkey is going to stay dry. Thank you. Another Lucas Oil shirt.
Hello, am I too late?
Are you too late? Why, yes, you are. I'm sorry. You did bring one. That makes you special. So if you don't win swag, you can always purchase it right over there by the pits. We've got kind of our vendor row with all sorts of, the Bandit Racing has their T-shirt booth over there. Fear Not is set up. Wicked Team Racing, they're selling stuff over there. So are the Fat Buddies. Always get Fat Buddy gear. Robert Cox and 049, boat 049, the Obsession boat. They've got their gear over there. Bill Sparling and Sinister Racing, their gear. Plenty of tees and tanks and hoodies and even sunglasses if you head over to Fear Not. I love their red sunglasses. They are awesome. They are polarized? Sweet. All right, so I'm thinking for another one of these CHS shirts, we're going to make this one a little bit more difficult. Actually, yeah. Somebody with either, hot dog or hamburger. It can be full or partially eaten. I don't care. So, a CHS shirt. Folks at Cenex, we were talking about them just a little bit ago, and somebody finally selling gasoline that is not polluted with ethanol. So part of a hot dog, full hot dog, burger, partial, it makes no difference. You get to keep it, but we're just going to give you a T-shirt. CHS Cenex. All right, so we're going to get racing underway here in just a matter of moments. Again, we're still waiting for our camera crews to get in place, and everybody to get set up and ready to go. We'll start off with the modifieds, and the first boat out will be Mel Craven in boat number 5, followed by Clint Clint Birch and Renee Faircloth in 623, followed by Bill Reichert and Woodsy Woods in boat 54. Woodsy's going to be there. I think we've got a hot dog on the way. You have one? Come on. You got to all the way. I'm not just going to, no, you have to come over here. I love it. Wait a minute. You ran all the way over. I said you had to show me one, and you say you just finished it? How do I know that you didn't rummage through the garbage for that? For a free shirt? I don't know why you would rummage through the garbage. You tell me. What do you think? Do you think we should give it to him or not? Yeah. All right. You're welcome. See, our spotter up here said you should have made him do push-ups. He's cold. In the 400s, our first three boats out, Brian Swindoll and Troy Olson in boat 76, followed by boat 13, Scott Saxton and Gary McNeil, and then boat number 1, Doug Hendrickson and Cassie Boudreau. Boudreau. Beaudry. God. So she has changed her name 3 times in the last 30 seconds. Then boat 2, Paul Gar and Taylor Gar. In the Unlimiteds, the first boat out will be Eric and Rhonda Werner in boat 907. They used to be the owners of Jolly Rogers, by the way. And we have one of their t-shirts that will be given away here shortly. Bill Sparling and Nicole Brown in boat 4. We'll have another one of theirs will be blowing out. And then Corey Johnson and Gary McNeil in 55M. First 3 out in the Unlimiteds, and then they'll be followed by Dan Morrison and Kara McGuire in boat 10, who were, I think, pretty lucky that they were able to get their boat out in the water. And we have a boat in the water. Don't forget, coming up August 22nd, be out here at ASB Sports Park, where Mama Lynch, they're now calling her Mama G-Force Lynch. Marshawn Lynch's mom is going to be here. She's going to be taking one of the boats out, and I guess she's got some swag. She's going to be signing stuff, and so that's going to be at the Extreme Sports Park right here on August 22nd. Gates open at 8:30 in the morning. They're calling her Mama G-Force. So, Mama G-Force Lynch will be here. So that'll be coming up in our next race, just about a month away from now, just shy of a month away. Okay, so we're just about ready to run. And we've got a bootlegger t-shirt, so I'm thinking, you know, if you've got something that you're wearing that has a hard liquor logo of some sort, like a Jack Daniels or something like that, then we got a bootlegger shirt for you. So anything with kind of a hard liquor logo, hat, shirt, maybe got a key fob of some sort, bag, hoodie, something of that nature. We have got a bootlegger t-shirt for you from Bootlegger Racing. What about a bottle? Okay. I don't think they're supposed to have it out here, but sure. I'm not gonna argue with them. They may have been drinking it. So. Okay, so boat 907, which we were expecting to run, is officially extincto for the day. They are out of it. That would be in the unlimited class. All right. Looks like we're going to be racing here in just a matter of moments. You look like somebody who has something. It's a what? A summertime hard booze thing? Arctic? What does Arctic have to do with any of this? What am I doing? You have had some of the hard stuff, haven't you? We're looking for a logo of some sort for hard liquor, not Arctic. Okay, we'll go get that and bring it back. Well, where is it?
So this is your lineup for the eliminations for the modified class.
Boat 5. All right, boat number 5 on the way with Mel Craven and Chris Ebert. So, here we go. Our quarterfinals. Coming up to Big Monkey. And what says the official spotter? All right, 65.969. All right. Boat 623, Clint Birch, Renee Faircloth, on the way out. So that was definitely Mel's best run of the day, maybe his best run of the season so far. So boat 623, fear not. This craft has seen a lot of abuse. He did it. It's good. $66.719. Well, that could have been ugly on so many different occasions. And Clint sticks with it. Boat 54, Bill Reichert and Woodsy Woods will roll next. Here we go. Boat 54. Good job, Bill. Clean run. And that was his best run of the day by just about 2.5 seconds. So Bill steps up at the right time. And that'll bring us to boat 59, the Hassels, Jamie and Leslie. Stablemates of Bill Reichert and Woodsy Woods in boat 54, all a part of the Fat Buddies. Actually, we get into a Fat Buddy block here. They'll be followed by boat 9. So boat 59. Boat 59, Jamie Hassel, the driver. Jamie has really smoothed out his driving over the course of the last couple of years. I mean, this is really a great run. Very smooth. Nicely done. Clean run. 54.405. So that means on the bubble, to make it into the next round, Clint Birch in boat 623, the time to beat 66.719 for the next boat. Anything better than that, and Clint and Renee are knocked out. They are eliminated. So Jesse Miller and Logan Evans in boat 9, they've been running fast times all day. Could be sending boat 623 to the docks for the day. Jesse has really come on in the last few years. He's very smooth. Started racing when he was 17. The question is, can he bring it in under 50? It doesn't look like he will, but it's still a good run, and call her good. .641 the official time, and that knocks boat 623 out of it. Clint Birch, Renee Faircloth are done for the day. Now on the bubble, with a time of 65.969 is Mel Craven in boat number 5. So the time for Robert Cox to beat and move into the semis is 65.969. His slowest time on the day was a 49.835. So obviously the boat can do it. Obviously the driver can do it. The only thing holding Robert back would be a mechanical malfunction, or he just has a brain lapse. This could be Robert's year. He's struggled over the last few years, the last couple of years in particular. He's always been in it. But this year, he is just looking really good. Mojo. That is a clean run. Mel Craven is out of it. 51.627 for Robert Cox and Liz Petring. So literally, it'll be boat 54, 59, 9, and 49. The last 4 boats out in the same order will be coming out next. All right, now we get into the 476. Brian Swindoll and Troy Olson in boat 76. They are part of Bandit Team Racing. We are in the quarterfinals, moving into the semis. The fastest 4 boats in this class will make it into the semis. Then those 4 boats will race to see who will make it to the finals and who will be the final 2 boats standing. Boat 76. It's good. $55.013. Your finals brought to you by Cenex. Your quarterfinals, that is to say. Fill up with quality ethanol-free gas today and get your Cenex Roadmaster Premium Diesel Fuel, as well as stocking up on other essentials like propane. Check them out at chspropane.com or stop by one of your local CHS stores today. It is Cenex. Boat 13, Scott Saxton, Gary McNeil. Fat Buddy Prime, the first Fat Buddy. Oh! And that's a DNF. All right, they got them off the shelf. They're good. And that is our first DNF via self-elimination and bank collision of the money round. So now we'll wait to see if they can get it started. Looks like he's got crud in his jet. I see that the safety crew's down there almost underwater getting gunk out of it, so probably sucked up chunk of turf. So a disappointing way to end the day for Scott Saxton at boat 13. Boat number 1 warming up, Doug Hendrickson and Cassie Boudre. Cassie Baudry, the navigator for Doug Hendrickson at boat number 1. Racing also brought to you by Goodman Septic Services, a proud sponsor of the Extreme Sports Park. Welcoming all the fans here today. It's family owned by Dave and Debbie Baker. They've serviced Clallam County for over 30 years, where they remind you your poop is their soup. Our spotter's up here going, tell me they don't really say that. They do. It's right here. Black and white, my friend. Right there. Lakeside Industries, George and Rena, by the way, proud sponsors of the Extreme Sports Park. They've done a lot of construction around here that you've seen. And we want to thank them for their continued support of the events here. Jordan Excavating with Jeff and Jenny falls into that category too. They've been supporting the Extreme Sports Park from the very beginning, doing a lot of the different work that you see around here. So waiting for boat 1 to make it off the trailer. That is Doug Hendrickson, Cassie Beaudry. Don't forget, when you need graphic and printing needs, you need to visit Pen Print. They're located in downtown Port Angeles. Heather and George have always been involved in the community. They've supported Wicked Racing and the Extreme Sports Park and literally donated 8 of their VIP passes to disabled vets today. So a big thank you to Pen Print for what you do in the community. All Weather Heating and Cooling is an Olympic Peninsula favorite for 30 years. Making sure that your heating and cooling needs are taken care of. Everybody calls us, they say. So boat 1 is still on the trailer, now just starting to move off. Here comes 01. Wicked Team Racing. Clean run. .53.724. The time for Doug Hendrickson. Paul and Taylor Garr, boat 2, Squim, Washington. Some locals. Doug, by the way, is from Pasco, Washington. Haven't mentioned that today. So, Paul and Taylor Garr. Ed's Automotive, Smoke Wizard, Double Dog Flooring, Aeroseptic, their sponsors. He knew it as soon as he did it. Now at this point, all the last 2 drivers have to do is just finish, and they've automatically made it into the semis. So Scott Saxton DNF'd in boat 13. Paul Garr just did the same thing to make it into the semis. All Darren Swindoll in boat 47 or Phil Miller in boat 22 has to do, just finish it. They don't even need to go fast. By the way, the quarterfinals in the unlimited class will not run. We'll do a semi, mainly because Eric Werner and Rhonda Werner in boat 907 pulled out of it. So we'll only have 3 boats, so we will do a semi-final run after the semis in the modifieds and the 400s. So that brings us to boat 47. Darren Swindoll, Ashley riding in the navigator's seat. A big thank you to our safety crew. Thanks, guys. You're doing a great job out there today. This is a cold day to be standing out wet on an island with the wind blowing. It's clean. $53,794. So $53,794, the official for Darren and Ashley in boat 47. That brings us to Phil Miller and Sharon Hauser in boat 22. Phil's best time was a 47.93 in the last qualifying run. Really, the only thing he needs to do is just finish to make it into the semis because of 2 earlier DNFs. Darren Swindoll's last run was not his fastest of the day. It's good. $49.841. So coming up in the 400s, first boat out will be boat 76, Brian Swindoll and Troy Olson. Followed by Darren Swindoll and Ashley Swindoll in boat 47. Then Doug Hendrickson and Cassie Beaudry in boat 1 And then Phil Miller and Sharon Hauser in boat 22. Our next boat out is Bill Reichert and Woodsy Woods in boat 54, part of the Fat Buddies. They had a 55-5 last. He does it. $55,997, 4/10 off of, or slower than his best, which was his last run. And that brings us to the Hassels in boat 59. They had a 54-405. Jamie and Leslie in boat 59. Frank's Auto Repair in Port Angeles can take care of your car or truck or van, whether it's foreign or domestic. They're a big supporter of Extreme Sports Park. When you need your car fixed, contact Frank's Automotive Repair in Port Angeles. So next up, the Hassels in boat 59. But still a great run. Clean run. So as we $52,705, by far their best mark of the day. And they are running, Jamie and Leslie, as well as I think I've ever seen them run, other than the little bobble that probably cost him a half of a second on that last corner where they just bit into that corner a little bit too hard. This has been their best day of racing I think I've ever seen. All right, boat 9, Jesse Miller and Logan Evans. The time for them to beat is going to be a 55.997. Bill Reichert in boat 54 on the bubble. They get the DNF. So, the time for Robert Cox in boat 049 to beat is a 55.997. Regardless, Jamie and Leslie Hassel have automatically made it into the finals. So congratulations to Jamie and Leslie for making it into the finals, and a great day of racing for them. They are guaranteed a shot into our final round today in the modifieds, and good for them. By virtue of their last run at a 52.705, they make it in. .049 in Ford Blue. You know, every run that they've had today, starting off with their first run, every run following that, they've lost time. And interested to see what happens now. Clean run. .49.341. Bill Reichert in boat 54 eliminated, and that means your finals today in the modified will be between Jamie Hassel and Leslie Hassel in boat 59 and Robert Cox and Liz Petring in boat 049. That will be your final today. In the 400s now, our first boat, boat 76, is boat 55, or make that boat 76, Brian Swindoll and Troy Olson. We have, by the way, a Jolly Roger boat with 046 t-shirt. Got to come over here with a hat or a t-shirt with a football team other than the Seahawks on it. Oh, yeah. Yeah, didn't think I was going to make it easy, did you? Nope, t-shirt. Or sweatshirt, yeah, we'll do t-shirt or sweatshirt. It's not a football team. We have our winner. Good run. 53.702. That's Brian Swindoll's best run in boat 76. That'll bring us to his brother, Darren, and Ashley Swindoll in boat 47. So 2 Team Bandit boats back to back. By the way, Team Bandit has their swag available up for grabs and for sale down there by the Fear Not booth, where the lovely Renee is wandering around. So the Swindolls are off the trailer. West Coast Wire and Rope, Mike and Joanne Vaughn, supporters of the Extreme Sports Park. They did all the wire and cable that you're sitting behind today for our safety fence. When you need your safety fence, you need some cable and other things of that nature, call West Coast Wire and Rope. They are there for you. The Swindolls in boat 47. Oh, I love the way he threaded the needle through that corner. Nice. That was slick. Clean run. .465. Well, this is interesting. So the best time today for Doug Hendrickson has been a 53.258, and that was back in the Q3. He's got his work cut out for him to make it into the finals. If we assume that Phil Miller in boat 22 does what he's been doing all day, which are times below 50 seconds, Darren really poured it on, and with his best time of the day in a 52.465. Doug hasn't been able to get it underneath 53 seconds. So what does boat number 1 have in it, and how much can Doug bring it? Boat 01, part of Wicked Team Racing. And how much can he bring? None. He just DNF'd. And that was the same place where he got the DNF, was the same place that he lost it before. And that was a DNF. So where the DNF took place is the same place that he DNF'd before, wasn't it? Was it a different turn? Okay. So a DNF for Doug Hendrickson. Even so, with the time that he got, which was about 54 or something, he would have been eliminated by both Brian and Darren Swindoll. So this could be kind of interesting. So we actually have a chance where two brothers could be competing against themselves in the finals. It all depends on Phil Miller in boat 22. I have to admit that there would be a definite compelling factor here having two brothers fighting each other in the finals. Phil Miller, though, still has a say on that in boat 22. He hasn't had a time all day long that wasn't under 50 seconds. His last run was a 49.841. So clean run. So, 49.458. Brian Swindoll in boat 76 is eliminated. Your finals between Darren and Ashley Swindoll in boat 47 and Phil Miller and Sharon Hauser in boat 22. Almost exactly 3 seconds separating the last times put down for the Swindolls and Phil Miller and Sharon Hauser. Almost exactly 3 seconds difference. So Darren definitely has his work cut out for him, unless he's been sandbagging all day, to take down Phil Miller. Although it's racing, as the saying goes, and anything can happen. And this brings us to the unlimited class, where our first boat out will be Bill Sparling and Nicole Brown in boat number 4. A big thank you to ESP, or the Lower Elwha Tribe, the Elwha River Casino, and the Elwha Tribal Council. They're bringing you the semifinals today. Just 3 miles away from here, you can play the slots. And who knows what rotation he's on. So that was a big fat DNF. So really, all that needs to happen now is for our last two boats, boat 55 and boat 10M, just keep it in the water and get a time, and they're going to be in the finals. So that's the way that goes. All right, we have 2 children's T-shirts from Lakeside Excavating. These are actually Lakeside Industries. These are actually kind of cool T-shirts. I would like one in an adult size. So we have actually 3 of them. I need 3 kids with one of them wearing headphones. We need a kid with red headphones. All right, we have 3 of them. All right, this is boat 55. And he gets it done. So a clean run in workman-like fashion. 53.029. That brings us to Dan Morrison in boat 10M. Dan from Port Angeles with the Kelly Green paint job. Electric Kelly Green. A big thank you to Dennis Holcomb Rock Quarry for their continued support of the Extreme Sports Park and the contributions they've made here. Thank you to Dennis Holcomb Rock Quarry. Still plenty of time to head on over, too, by the way, to the beer garden, either for a beer or for some of those oysters over there at the Next Door Bistro. Ah, the smell of methanol in the afternoon. Clean run. .228 for Dan Morrison and Kara McGuire. And that is the fastest run of the day. So 55 and 10M will be taking on each other in the finals. Speaking of finals, your finals here brought to you by Cenex and CHS. Cenex has your quality ethanol-free gas, Roadmaster premium diesel fuel, and propane. You can stock up on all the good stuff that you need. With great pricing, great service, and reliable supplies. Call them at 800-562-2667 or visit chs-propane.com or just stop by your local CHS store today. All right, so boat 59, the Hassles, their first time in the finals. Jamie and Leslie, they had a 52.705 in their last run, and they are the first boat out. How cool is that to be in the finals for the first time? Way to go. 51. Now we wait for the official time. 52.166, their best run of the day. So, Robert Cox has got to win it outright in boat 049. His best run today was a 48.889. His least impressive was actually in the quarterfinals with a 51.629. His last run was a 49.341. So, if he wants to win it, he's got to do it outright. All right, we have a Sinister Racing t-shirt coming up in a second. Boat 049. Robert's got it pinned. He did it! Clean run. So waiting. $49.436. That's your winner. So Robert will be the first one today to take the checkered for a ride. 2 in a row. And he sprays the safety crew. We have a somersaulting child down here. Good for Robert. Are those your kids? The little one gets the shirt. She's a great gymnast. We had a small child doing somersaults. They got themselves a Sinister t-shirt. It's always good to do gymnastics. All right, so our first champion of the day, Robert Cox, Liz Petring in boat 049. Give it up too for boat 59, the Hassles, for making it into the finals for the first time. A great day of racing by Jamie and Leslie. And a nicer couple you'll never meet. Boat 47. It's bandit time. Darren and Ashley Swindoll. Can they slay Goliath? Boat 22 has been putting down some of the fastest times all day. Clean run. $53,070. So they just made it that much easier for Phil Miller. They gained about 0.6 of a second from their previous best of a 52.465. Phil's been running times under 50 seconds all day long. His last was a 49.458. So the time for Phil Miller to beat in boat 22 is simply 53.07. The boat's certainly capable of it. By the way, you can check out ASB Racing at asbracing.com. Find out rules, other things dealing with ASB. $49.925. He is your winner. So boat 22 dominant all day long. Dominant at our last race in St. John. Picks up the checkered flag. So two dominant boats winning at two races in a row. Boat 22 with Phil Miller and Sharon Hauser and Robert Cox and Liz Petring in boat 49. So your second champion of the day, Phil Miller. Actually is
What else can you do?
welcome. So boat 55 now coming out for our finals in the Unlimited. Corey Johnson, Gary McNeil, Abel Lick, British Columbia. Ridge, actually. Clean run. They're best of the race. I'm going to assume about 50.529. We'll wait for an official blessing on that time. And that does stand. So the time to beat for Dan Morrison and Karen McGuire in boat 10M is a 50.529. Their last run was a 47.228. So our final boat and our final race of the day in the Unlimited class. So boat number 10. Clean run. .864, fastest time of the day. Dan Morrison, Port Angeles, your winner in the Unlimiteds. A reminder to you that if you're one of the folks that bought the raffle tickets where $425 are up for grabs, we're going to do the drawing right now. So young lady, just stick your hand in there and pull out a ticket. Give him a round of applause. Okay. Way to go, Danny. All right, if you're one of the folks that bought a raffle ticket, hot pink or purple, whichever, 9-3.
Okay, folks, one more awesome day of racing here in Port Angeles at the Extreme Ports Park. I want to thank everybody for tuning in today. I was a little worried that we weren't going to have such a great broadcast because we didn't get all the testing in, but Looks like it worked out. And still we have 65 viewers right now. Just so you know, the streaming service we're using now, livestream.com, only stores the recording for about 3 weeks from today. It's 30 days from when we create the event. So all that stuff is permanently brought over to YouTube, to my YouTube channel, including the awards, which I will be shooting after the race today. I will be shooting the awards and putting them up on my YouTube channel. And you should be able to find that by searching for Paul White on YouTube, and you can find my channel there, or you can just search for sprint boat racing or jet sprint, those types of things, and you'll usually find a video by Paul White, and then you can find the rest of my videos. So once again, I want to thank ASB Racing and the Extreme Sports Park for having me here to do this live broadcast, and I want to thank all of you for tuning in today. The rain is still kind of threatening here, so I'm going to want to get tore down and get this equipment safely out of the weather as soon as possible. So I'm going to go off the air here very shortly. But we will be seeing you August 22nd for another race right here at the Extreme Sports Park. And we will be sending out a link on Facebook, but you can also find the link always at asbracing.com. They put that link up a few days before the race. And if you follow me on Facebook, Paul White, or ask for a request, I'll send it out myself. Or you can join a couple of the groups. We have Sprint Boats and Jet Sprints is a good group to join on Facebook. We keep that updated as far as when the next live broadcast is. So with that, thanks again for tuning in, and that's all, folks.